Back again, back again. Hello, 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 hello. Is anybody there? Is anybody out there? It's testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3. This is RHJunior, reality check, coming to you live over the interwebs on Spleen Squeezins, a pretentious name for a virtually non-existent internet show. Yay! And I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back in about 5 minutes. Enjoy the slideshow. Hello, I'm back. Had to go potty. Oh, blech. Little acid reflux there. Ugh, hate that. I'm a little winded. Had to waddle to the bathroom, waddle back. So, who all's out there? We got one person. We've got fun person in the audience. How you doing? All right. Oh my. All right, let's see here. Let me pop open programs. Get everything running. Okay, whoever is in channel, shout your name out. Let me see who you are. If you're other than, like, me. I can never tell for sure if this thing is registering me as one of the watchers or not. So I'm possibly just shouting at myself for a shout out. Ha 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 ha. Okay, let's see here. I've got to dig up Gmail. Bugs. Oh, goodness, got another. Okay, this has got to go over in here. Vic. Oh, one for Diabetes Awareness Month. Another quote by half-wit genius in the comments. Blah, blah, blah. Do I have to bring out footage? Do I have to roll? I apparently do. I apparently have to roll out camera footage of feminists and their shenanigans before anybody will even start to admit that maybe I'm not making this shit up. I'm sorry, this makes me mad. This just makes me mad. It does. These people refuse to believe... oh, feminists aren't all like that. Feminists aren't all like that. Why? Because my dictionary definition says something different. Shut up! You're not fooling anyone. Or worse, you're fooling people that are on the fringe and haven't really paid attention yet. But we're getting sick of you lying. It doesn't matter. Look, it doesn't matter. When you go out, you get your head shaved and tattoo a swastika on it. Nobody cares that you're just such a nice person in real life. Okay? You've identified who you stand with. If you march under somebody's banner, don't be surprised when you get when the same accusations that falls on the group falls on you. You call yourself a feminist, you are identifying with feminism and everything it stands for. And feminism has never been about equality. The suffragettes, they were about equality. They wanted votes. They wanted women to have the right to vote. Suffrage was about the right to vote. It was about something specific. These feminists are have always been and always will be a bunch of angry women with a chip on their shoulder. Feminism runs on two principles. And this is not rhetoric. This is a clinical definition of feminism. Feminism is basically women getting together saying, our lives suck and it's men's fault. The whole purpose of feminism is to find things that are wrong with life and to find ways to blame it on the entire gender of men. That's it. That's the only reason it exists. It consists of women blaming men for everything that's wrong in their life. It consists of them, and why men are disgusted with it is because women are the most privileged and pampered demographic in Western civilization. They enjoy actual privilege, which is to say special legal status and recognition. A woman gets preferential treatment as the care provider for her children. In custody cases, preferential treatment. In sentencing for crimes, preferential treatment. In accusations of rape, both statutory and violent rape. Gender is often the deciding factor. Again and again and again and again and again and again, you see it. In Western civilization, women are obscenely spoiled. And they are legally privileged. If there is anybody enjoying, needs their privilege checked, it's feminists. Yeah, well, that's not true because my Webster's online dictionary says feminism is about equality. Oh, Christ, just shut up. Shut up. You're stupid as filling the room with noxious gases. I'm just so angry, so tired of it. Look, I can hook you up right now with footage of feminists acting just like the girl that no, I'm sorry, I did not fabricate feminists standing around going, "My vagina has a voice." Holy Christ, there are feminists running berserk on every college campus and in every enlightened city, doing things that are even crazier. I'm just so tired of people calling me a liar. They call me crazy, they call me a liar, they call me everything except, they call me everything but a white boy, let me tell you that. Okay, it's me and two people in the audience and my complaints. Really, here, let me pull up an image. Let me pull up a. I had to save it as an image file. I'm going to have to hunt for the actual link. But let me pull this image up. Let's see. Let's see. I hope it's still in the buffer. Come on, computer, come on. Oh, you good little computer. that's not it. Dang it. I'm gonna have to go hunting. Here we go. Well, that didn't take long. This one fella got tired. This one fella on... hold on here. On Tumblr. He finally got tired of some feminist shooting her gob off. And he just started posting links. Here, let me pull this up. Feminist on Tinder. This was on Tinder. Let's see here. Now, let me pull it up. I'm pulling it up full size so you can see it. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. I hate it when it does this. Bounces back and forth between. Lag. Okay. There's this feminist, you know, shooting her gob off. I hate feminism. I do. Because it's never been about equality. It's been about bashing men. It's always been about bashing men. Feminism works on two premises. By the very name. Feminism. It's about women's issues. And it consists... Feminism is the proposition that women are perpetual victims. By definition, it's not about equality. It's about blaming men. And I hate feminism because of that, because it has become a go-to excuse for violently, miserably mistreating men and boys, old and young alike. Now let's go over what this feminist shot her gob about. Let's see here. She was blathering, if men get abused too, why isn't your next question, how can we change this? No. When a feminist starts talking about that, she's not interested. She just wants to diminish the fact that her interest is more in emphasizing the fact that women are abused and negating the fact that men are abused. Scan down here. And this feminist goes, male victims of violence didn't undergo emotional and physical abuse for anti-feminists to exploit their experience in an effort to discredit feminism. Feminists advocate for the empowerment of all victims, and the response is, really? Because. And he proceeds to post links. I would love to get the actual links. But this post has probably been deleted years ago. Okay, feminists threaten to kill women for saying men need abuse shelters. Feminists prevent a meeting about male suicide. Feminists stage mock murders to scare men. And these aren't just quotes, these are links. And he provided a link to each and every instance. Feminist attacks a male cartoonist and is hailed a hero of feminism. Feminists shut down a forum for battered husbands. A propaganda campaign against male fathers wanting custody. Feminists wish to slander accused names before convicted. They create rape laws that exclude female rapists. Oh, this is a fact. You know, if a woman commits rape, the laws in many states do not recognize the sexual assault of a woman on a male, especially, or on anybody else, as rape. They create rape laws that exclude female rapists. They make it impossible to charge women with rape. Feminists against equal custody. Female felons are expected demanding female felons should serve home sentences. Judges told to be lenient on women. Feminists who cover up female domestic violence. Feminists don't want the government to help unemployed men. Feminists launch campaigns to help girls only while boys are doing worse in every facet of education. Men who were raped as a man who was raped as a child still has to pay child support to his rapist. Women who have the right to put a child up for adoption before the father gets custody. Feminists against beyond reasonable doubt when it's male rapists. 5 rights feminists ignore for men, and it just goes on and on and on. Here, let me just scan down here. Look at this. Instance after instance of feminists. Not just one feminist here or there, but groups of them, organizations of them. Do I have to get beaten by before I can start being suspicious? If I get bit by a snake in my front yard, how long does it go before I'm allowed to start being suspicious of anything sneaking through the grass? Let's see, Erin Pizzi had to flee the United Kingdom because she and her family received death threats, and her dog was murdered. All because feminists didn't like she discovered that women were equally as violent as men. Elected in 2009, the lesbian feminist Prime Minister Johanna Sarkodottir has vowed to end the age of testosterone. Feminists want to make peeing while standing illegal. Suzanne Steinmetz and her children received death threats and bomb threats when she discovered the rate at which men were victimized by domestic violence was similar to the rate for women. In other words, the domestic violence that everybody talks about battered wives, it goes both ways. It's 50-50 at this point. There are men showing up in emergency rooms because violent psycho women have attacked them, pulled knives on them, and more. Richard Gels and Mireille Strauss have all received death threats from feminists simply for publishing their findings that female-to-male family violence was equal to the rate of male-to-female violence. This list is at least, I don't know how many points wrong. It has to be close to 100. Feminists arguing that men can't be raped. Feminists defend a female raping a minor. Feminists defends why screwing an 8-year-old boy isn't rape. And a link about most feminist-backed studies and their actual origins. Labeled most feminist-backed studies are crap. And just on and on and on. Feminists against Father's Day, Oh yeah, feminists are for everybody. Right. Here, let me show you how long this is here. Let me shrink down till you can see the full size of this image. I would love to have a list of these links. Look at this. Can't get the stupid image to move. Look at this. Look at how long it is. Tell me how many hundreds of times a day, how many tens of thousands of times a year do feminists have to come out marching in parades, attacking, disparaging, and defaming men, and behaving like demented, genitalia-obsessed freaks, before we can start saying feminism? Not all feminists are like that. I show a feminist character behaving precisely as real-life feminists by the thousands behave in public on a daily basis, and I am straw manning. For those who are just tuning in, let me clear up something for you if you're stupid. Straw man is not shorthand for unflattering portrayal. Straw man is a false representation. Oh no, there's nobody in that. No, there's nobody in that like that in real life. I'm sick of it I'm sick of it being called a straw man. I'm sick of it being called a stereotype. All right? They're out there in the middle of the streets, doing slut pride marches, where they're wearing nothing but a bikini bottom and a couple of pieces of electrical tape over their nipples, saying, "This is slut pride. You can't, we live in a rape culture." You dumb bitch. I'm sorry, you can't. When they go that far, there's only get out the dog bowl. Take her down to the vet to get neutered, because she's a bitch. She's a dumb one, too. If these women who are out there about this rape culture were out there in a real rape culture, they wouldn't make one block of their march before they were raped. Let's see them try this in, I don't know, Iran or Palestine or anywhere else the Muslims are running things. But oh no, Estelle's a straw man. There's nobody you really like Estelle in real life, right? Just nobody. Just not real. I made her up, just out of my imagination. This woman, in case you didn't know, this woman was on TV. She became famous. She's one of these feminist gatherings. They all look like her. It's like it's. Seriously, this is how they all look. Oh, there's nobody like Estelle in real life. No. We're not like that. We're not like that. I'm sorry. We see the headliners of the feminist movement. The great thinkers and philosophers and scholars, for lack of a, the intellectuals of the feminist movement say things like this: quote, "The nuclear family must be destroyed. Whatever its ultimate meaning, the breakup of families is now an objectively revolutionary process." Linda Gordon. Catherine McKinnon. In a patriarchal society, all heterosexual intercourse is rape because women as a group are not strong enough to give meaningful consent. Catherine McKinnon. Quoted in Professing Feminism, Cautionary Tales. Let's see. The more famous and more powerful I get, the more power I have to hurt men. Sharon Stone. Actress. If anyone is prosecuted for filing a false report, then victims of real attacks will be less likely to report them. David Angier. Mangina number 1. Men who are unjustly accused of rape can sometimes gain from the experience. Catherine Coleman. That is what their leaders say, and the mainstream, the rank and file, are out there parading in the street, topless for justice and boobs not bombs and slut pride. And those that aren't out marching in the streets are in the offices or in their homes attacking men for playing video games because video games are somehow the Mario Brothers is sexist. And they're out there and the ringleaders in that are out there swindling people out of literally millions of dollars by with fake programs and fake projects on Patreon and on these crowdsource funding things, and then turning around and proclaiming that they're a victim. Oh, I've been abused. I've been assaulted. I've been verbally raped. Everything is rape now. I've been neglect raped. I've been verbally raped. I've been digitally raped. This is how they behave. This is how and the instant a woman, I don't care how nice she seems, okay? The instant a woman says, I'm a feminist, just leave, okay? Leave. Get up from whatever table you're sitting at. Don't even look back. Just turn around, walk out the door. The instant a woman tells you a feminist, she has told you two things. She hates her life, and she's going to blame everything in the world, everything male, for everything wrong, everything she thinks is wrong in her life. She has looked at you, a woman who says she's a feminist. Oh, she said, I hate my pampered life. 1, 2, I blame you for it, man. And 3, I'm going to pretend I'm, but you can't say that. You can't say that. You're not allowed to admit it. You're not allowed to state the obvious. That maybe a feminist is about female issues. And she will make up issues as she goes, as she needs them. I don't care how nice she seems, I don't care how, I don't care how polite her, oh, well, I'm not like other feminists. I'm not like other feminists. Yes, she is. She's just more subtle about it. Yeah, well, I hate to break it to you, not every Nazi in World War II was out there on the front lines, gnashing his teeth on a bayonet and going, "Ach, du Lieber!" and jumping up and down on baby Jews. Some of them were nice, cute, chubby little housefraus sitting back and, oh, I'll bake a little pie for the family. Ja, for der Vaterland, ja. That didn't change the fact that they were marching under the same banner. A woman who declares herself a feminist is signing on her allegiance with she-beasts like the one like the ones I've just quoted, and like this one here, and all her Zoe Quinn, and not all feminists are like that. So these aren't feminists? Yes, they are. They're just more honest about it. They're just like any other feminist. They blame, their objective is to find something they don't like about their own life and blame it on men. Feminism was a movement to give ugly, unpleasant, intolerable women access and control over the media mainstream. just... I feel like I'm surrounded by madmen. You know that? I really do. I feel like I'm surrounded by madmen. They can see feminists marching in the streets. See how they act. See how they behave. And it's, oh no, not all feminists aren't like that. That's just a stereotype. They can see how homosexuals behave in public, no less. Oh no, that's a stereotype. You're straw manning. You can show them how the Muslims behave. All over the world, the murder and slaughter and brutality, rape, and mutilation, just unending parade of human misery, suffering, and death done in the name of Allah. You point this out. No, religion of peace, religion of peace. They think if they keep saying, no, it isn't. They keep thinking. They think that if when they're confronted with the horrible, hideous, ugly, evil truth, that if they say, no, it isn't, no, it isn't, is not. If they keep saying that long enough, reality will rewind and say, we were just kidding, and they'll be back in Disneyland where they think they are. Reality is not multiple choice. I'm just so utterly tired of people who act like it is. And they figure that if they call me a liar, that will somehow change the reality. I'm angry about it. I'm angry all the time about it. It's always the same song and dance. I have never had to, I have exaggerated characters. But I have never had to use a straw man. Not once in my life. And in fact, 9 times out of 10, I come back to find out that I didn't give them enough credit. I will have the characters in my comic strips do some of the most batshit insane things. Liberals will never be this crazy. And next week I'm reading about it on the front page. What the hell? Oh, does my language offend you, by the way? Well, tough cookies. I'm tired of being the one. I'm tired. I'm kind of tired of that too. I'm tired of being the. I'm tired of being the one who's expected to be polite at all costs. People going on about it like speaking only the proper Queen's English will somehow win the argument with these idiots. I can't imagine that hearing me rant and rave about this all the time isn't tiring. I can't imagine that it's not, that it's entertaining. Really. We're so tired of hearing you talk about it. I'm so tired of turning on my computer, looking at the news headlines, and seeing the stupidity is still rolling on. If the world wants me to stop talking about stupid things, then the world should stop being stupid. Song and dance every time, you know? Just drowsy, getting a little dozy, getting a little drowsy. Trying to stave it off. Okay. Bugs. Ugh. It is in the 70s here, and it's going to be in the 70s for at least next 5 days. It's November, and it's in the 70s. Just taking a rest here for a minute. For those who are listening, if you have any topics or any ideas or any subjects you want to talk about, post them in the chat room so we can look at them, see what you have to say, see what you have to think, see what you want to ask about. constantly running low on energy lately. Just tuckered out all the time. You know, I'm a big fan of Firefly. You know, I love the show. I saw the movie before I saw the show, and then I got a full copy, you know, full set of the show episodes, and you know, I just loved it. And sometime I need to really sit down and watch them again. But one of the major flaws was the premise. The Earth that was, everybody having to leave because the Earth was so crowded, and we destroyed the environment, and you know, and all this was, you know, depending on which part of the lore you hear, it's either there were just too many people, or we destroyed the environment and the planet became uninhabitable. You know, and they give all sorts of reasons, like you know, a mix of environmentalism and nuclear war and everything. But the whole thing is just now think about it. Think about it. They travel, you know, like they traveled 40 to 60 years through space. I think the round trip was supposed to be, you know, I think it was supposed to be like 30, 40 years in space to this system of planets, moons, and all this other, and stars, and you know, they found this system that was just chock-a-block with, you know, with planets and moons, and they proceeded to terraform them all. And I'm like, Can I point out the obvious? Why didn't they just terraform Mars? They, you know, Joss Whedon, you know, he made a great show, but he didn't think it all the way through. He didn't think the premise all the way through. You know, they have all this technology. They can go to barren worlds, and yet they couldn't fix whatever was wrong with the Earth. And why couldn't they? They had 9 planets right there, and dozens of moons right there in Earth's solar system. You tell me they couldn't terraform the moon or terraform Mars, or Venus, or the dozens of moons orbiting Saturn and Jupiter? Come on. They needed to come up with a better reason for that. But instead of coming up with a better explanation, it was the usual tired environmentalist rhetoric. The Earth is dying and it's all your fault, you filthy Westerner. Of course, Joss Whedon has a problem figuring out who his enemies are. He spent so much time. He's made strong female characters, right? I mean, River Tam, damn. Buffy, and all the female characters on that show, they're just damn. Zoe from Firefly, and but feminists hate his guts. And he has backed feminist causes, even though they attack him constantly. He's a whipped beta boy. He's a white knight. He's a beta boy. He figures that if if he comes riding to the rescue of these feminists whenever they're attacked, justifiably, that they'll fall all over him. And he's the same way with the environmentalists and every other touchstone social engineering group out there. All the typical Hollywood suck up. And he doesn't recognize these people are not his friends. They are not, it's just typical French appeasement there. He figures that if that he gives them whatever they want, they'll be nice to him. He's making the same mistake the Republican Party does. He figures that if he crawfishes, they'll like him better. The Republican Party is operating under the delusion that if they just got rid of all these social, these annoying, whiny, tiresome, oh so boring social conservatives, why all these undecided voters would just flock to them. They don't care about their platform; they care about winning. And the problem is that when they quit caring about their platform, they guarantee they're never going to win again. They're like stupid little kids who think that if they're really nice to this school bully, he'll stop picking on them. No feminist alive is a friend to any man. leftist groups, they, these progressive groups, leftist groups, that are on this, let's call them the evil groups. They all have one thing in common. I've noticed this. You can notice it. You can observe it. Is that when they run out of immediate targets, they fall on each other. The communists, they took over their own country and killed millions of people. They spent all their time purging their own ranks of the impure. But it was the same reason. They figure, okay, this system is supposed to make our country a utopia. It's not making our country a utopia. What's the cause? Counter-revolutionaries. It must be the fault of the capitalists who have sneaked their numbers amongst us, yea verily, and are just sabotaging us. And so they proceed to kill anybody who isn't pure enough. The Muslims, they immediately once they had dominated their region, they immediately started schisming into factions and started falling on one another as infidels. The Shiites and the Sunnis and all this same song and dance. They all believe basically the same thing, and they just disagreed over which homicidal pedophilic lunatic should be leading them. The feminists, the feminists basically, the real women's rights movement, the suffragettes, they got, by the 70s, they'd already gotten everything they wanted. Everything that was morally and legally justifiable. The right to vote, the right to just basic equal rights before the eyes of the law. But that wasn't enough for them, and so the harder they tried, the less they got back for their efforts, because there wasn't anything else to get. And when people started resisting their more and more ridiculous demands, they fell on each other. If you weren't a fire-breathing rabid feminist, you weren't feminist enough. You take these, even women who were living up to the feminist ideals, they will turn on. Consider the former governor of Alaska. What was her name? I keep forgetting it for some reason. Well, anyway, she was She was a politician. She was a reformer. She was, she went in and she kicked out a lot of the corruption that was going on in the Alaskan government. She was a career politician. She was happily married. She had a huge family. She had everything. She was literally living the dream that feminists insisted was, the feminist, used to say this is the feminist ideal, to have it all, have everything and more. But because she wasn't ideologically pure, she wasn't a Democrat. So they turned on her like a pack of rabid weasels. They hated her. The former founder of Greenpeace is now public enemy number one as far as they're concerned. Was he came out and said these guys have gone nuts. And the Bolshevik Revolution in the Soviet Union, in Russia. I mean, they turned. They divided almost immediately and fell on each other. Men that had been fighting to start the revolution ended up being exiled or murdered. Their evil groups, their vision of utopia always fail. Their vision of free goodies for everyone fails, and when they're left facing the awful reality of what they have done, rather than accept it, rather than change, rather than turn back and go, we screwed up, they double down. They they become more radicalized, and they start purging the ranks of everybody who isn't batshit insane enough. Need more slideshow images. Way more. If anybody has anything they'd like to talk about, anything they'd like to ask, anything they'd like to say, just speak up. Speak up now. Come on, talk to me. Giddy up, computer, come on. Another Discord episode coming up. Oh, good grief. They only brought him back because John Delancey was popular. The voice of Q. That's the only reason they brought him back. And really, it required having every member of the cast pick up an idiot ball and run with it. They don't know what to do with him. He doesn't fit into the setting of the show. He's overpowered. He's amoral, and he is largely too unrepentant to be trusted. And he is constantly wreaking havoc, even though he's supposed to be, quote-unquote, reformed. And if they had, I say this much: if there's so many things they could have done to make it work. If they had Celestia weaken his powers somehow, put some sort of restraining bolt on him, as it were, a collar or something that keeps him from using his full power, something like that, to show, I'm giving you a chance, but I'm not stupid either. Of course, the running dog, every generation of children's entertainment has one running dogma or other that is, it's utterly stupid. It is forced down the throats of every entertainer who makes a children's show. In the 90s, every show had to have some sort of quote-unquote educational quality. This is what the Animaniacs spoofed with their Wheel of Morality. And the ironic thing is by putting that little 30-second parody in there, they were technically fulfilling the rule book that said they had to do that. And just humor there. But in the 80s, the mantra was, the dissenter is always wrong. I told you about this. Every show where they had a group of characters together, there would be one character who, no matter what, he was always wrong. Garfield and Friends spoofed this one. We are the Buddy Bears, we never disagree. But in the 80s, you'll remember Dungeons and Dragons. It didn't matter that the dissenter, nobody stopped to think about this. But the parental watchdog says, you should go along with the group. The group is always right. If you're the dissenter, you're the wrong one. And so you had Brainy Smurf on the Smurfs. You had Calvin the Cavalier on Dungeons and Dragons. You had Bopper the Beaver on Get Along Gang. You had, there was always one dissenter. He was usually the jerk of the group. But the sad thing was but the sad thing was, even when he was right, he was wrong. A good example of this was Captain Planet. Wheeler, the American. Man, they were getting their daily hate against Americans in with that show because Wheeler was sloppy. He wielded fire, which meant the element of fire, which meant he was the most destructive. And of course, he was an American, so he was a pig. And no matter what the issue was, No matter what the show's issue was, he was wrong. They had one where he would, they had one episode, notably, that was dealing, no matter which side he took, he was still wrong. It was the typical left, the usual leftist the usual leftist standards that if a conservative believed it, it was evil. Anyway, nobody bothered to address the fact that this was a horrible lesson. And what a surprise, an entire generation grew up, peer pressure just rolling right over top of them. And before that, in the 70s, no matter what the content of the show was, even if it was about action heroes fighting villains, the anti-violence crowd was in charge at that time, and it was so watered down that even Superman was not allowed to, on Super Friends, Superman was not allowed to punch the villains. Because that's violent. I swear, it was, concerned parental groups. It should be open hunting season, no bag limit. I'm yet to see one of these concerned social groups that wasn't full of crap. Or they didn't take even the most common sense thing and just run berserk with it. And in this generation, it's, we have to forgive. If you fight back against a bully, you're just as bad as the bully. Don't fight back. Make friends. That's the dogma of the 21st of the 2010s, of the teens, 20 teens, whatever you want to call this generation, this decade. And it's suicidally stupid. I forget which philosopher it was that said that tolerance is the last virtue of a dying civilization. Our entire world is filled with people who are afraid to fight back. They've had the resistance beaten out of them from childhood. When confronted with true, real monsters in this world, they curl up in a ball, lie on the floor, and cry. Because they think, that so long as they're a victim, they'll be coddled. But if they fight back, they become a monster. So they give up and curl up and die. And our society is about to plunge into anarchy and war because of it. We would not be hard when we needed to. And now, reality is going to be hard with us. Forgiveness is a virtue, yes, but not undiscriminating virtue. Not an undiscriminating virtue. Before forgiveness, you have to have a step where the person being forgiven says, "I was wrong." Forgiveness is a free gift, and the only requirement to receive it is to admit you need it. But you have to admit you need it. And even with forgiveness, there are still consequences for your actions. But nobody wants to accept that. They think that if they just make friends with the monster will go away. The monster doesn't want to make friends. I've said it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again so many times. I think this is the season. Well, all the good stuff is going to be coming from the fans from now on. The really good stuff, I think this is it. I think this is the season that they're jumping the shark. They gave the Cutie Mark Crusaders pointless butt stamps that just reasserted this. Everything about this season has been about reasserting the status quo. The Cutie Mark Crusaders get cutie marks in being Cutie Mark Crusaders. And I can't think of a worse outcome. It's worse than the equivalent of getting a diploma from a public college. You go to college. It used to be you went to college, you went to higher education to learn a career, to prepare for a profession. And nowadays, when you come out the other end with a diploma, whether you're talking high school or college, the diploma is basically just proof that you've got, congratulations, you've got an award certificate in being a student. But Cutie Mark Crusaders, all that time, and all their character development gone. Because, their whole life, they just basically decree that their fate revolves around cutie marks. Instead of their own, now it revolves around everybody else's. And that's horrible. It couldn't have been a worse, it couldn't have been a worse destiny than if they'd been given a paper hat and a spatula for a cutie mark. Congratulations, you're destined to work for the Golden Arches for all eternity! They don't even get individual cutie marks. I don't care what they say. If you have to use a zoom lens to see the difference between two characters' distinguishing marks, they don't have distinguishing marks. They gave the Cutie Mark Crusaders cutie marks in being Cutie Mark Crusaders. They had the Apple family. We finally get a look at the Pie family and how they really live at home, and it sucks just as bad as Pinkie Pie did in her Cutie Mark story. And the whole message of that episode was asserting, how dare you try to change their rotten lifestyle, you horrible cultural imperialist. We get Fluttershy's episode where she, it looks like she's going to come out of her shell a little bit and start enjoying life along with her friends instead of being afraid of it. But what happens on, I don't like this, I hate being afraid, and I don't like scaring other people, and this just isn't my cup of tea. And she goes on back to her house to resume hiding under her bed forever after. Every episode has been status quo. We're not going to change anything. We're not going to, screw character development. The rails have been laid on the Friendship Express, and we're going to ride in a circle for all eternity now. I'm still mad about the Cutie Mark Crusaders. I mean, they were, those three were among my favorites. They were among my favorites. I was rooting for them every single day. And no, they're not going to get a cutie mark in what their talents are. They're going to get a cutie mark in what their role in the show is. I remember when I used to be able to crank out strips all the time. Just not doing it anymore, I guess. Just empty of ideas. I don't know. Just a life feeling disappointed. I don't think there's really much that can be done for a guy like me. It's in a chronic state of disappointment, I suppose. Just nothing worth saying that hasn't already been said. let's finish up this page, Space Ranger. It's like those people, the fans of the show are clinging. It's like those people that were fanatical about the Star Wars prequels. Even those things sucked wind like nobody's business. The diehard, the desperate Star Wars fans lined up around the block, hoping to catch some crumb off of Lucas's table, as it were. Just a whiff of the nostalgia they remembered from the actual good Star Wars movies. I didn't even watch that full episode with Princess Spike. I'm just not into. I just couldn't bring myself to watch it. Couldn't. Spike gets authority. Spike screws it up. Embarrasses himself, and everything back to status quo at the end of the show. I wasn't even interested. Come on, really? I've harped on this before. I think this show has something of a misandric thread in it. They only bring out a male character when they need a butt monkey. getting in a mental rut here. Ran out of music again. Go hunting in a little bit, I think. say. I shouldn't let my mind wander. It's too little to be out on its own. Alright, let's see here. There we go. Alright, let's see here. Switch the camera over so you can see what I've done. It's a big black screen! Oh, wow! So exciting! And we're zooming. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's see here. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me out there? Do you love me? Can you hear me? Just gonna grab a random.
It was me, James. The author of all your pain.
Uh-oh.
Everything you believed. A ruin.
Got loose wire.
To die.
Well, it's all a matter of perspective. This Friday. Spectre. Rated PG-13.
Sorry about that. I got a loose wire. Okay, let's get that new comic posted. That's 40 pages. This isn't quite lovely, but I'm not allowed to, can't use it. I thought it was one of the, I thought that was one of the copyright free ones, but it's not. It's okay. Look, I remember when PG-13 was new, so don't talk to me about ratings. I'll be right back. back. I'm back in standards. The problem is that, look, let's talk about standards here. Wait a second. Stupid. I think the microphone shorted out. It's not working. I just let that run for a little bit. The problem with the movie rating system is just a half-assed attempt by people who want to do nasty stuff to try and get away with doing nasty stuff. Look, if you're smart enough to figure out that something should be R-rated, maybe you're smart enough to figure out that maybe what you put in the movie to make it R-rated doesn't belong there in the first place. Yeah. Look, if they were really honest, I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, well, the movie makers are just trying to make movies. You know, they're just in it for the, you know, they have to, you know, they're in it for the money. They'll just put in whatever." The excuse they give for what movie makers do in movies is that, oh, they're, you know, they have to do what the audience wants, and they have to do it if they want to make money. And I'm like, horse apples. Because if they were responsive, if the movie industry was actually responsive to people's wishes, to its audience's desires, you would see almost no R-rated movies. The top three, you know, the top 2, 3, 4, 5 G or PG rated movies have made more money than the top R-rated movies combined. You know, there's no comparison. The family-rated movies just vacuum up money. G-rated movies and PG-rated movies bring in, I forget what the ratio is, but at least twice what the next best, you know, the next best off R-rated movie does. They're not interested, you know, they may be interested in the millions, but they take that for a given. You see what I'm saying? You know, they rake in so much money that they take for granted that when a movie comes out, it's going to rake in a lot of cash, either as a blockbuster or as a tax write-off. And the fact is, and more to the issue, the whole sex versus violence thing. Again, all these people who rhapsodize over all the smut scenes, and they talk about, oh, Brokeback Mountain, it's really pretty groundbreaking, and all the, and they talk about, oh, the sex scenes, they're so erotically daring and artistic and provocative and social commentary, and what they're really saying is boobies, 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 yay! But and butts too. I love this argument. You bring this up and you say, oh yeah, you people would rather, would rather see Rambo blowing away a bunch of a bunch of Middle Easterners than see one boobie on TV on a big screen. And I'm like, isn't it interesting that your enlightened little progressive mind cannot distinguish between the ethics of sex and violence? Isn't it, think about it. Isn't it interesting how they automatically equate sex and violence as being equivalent? Conservatives don't do that. Conservatives go, this doesn't work. Conservatives are able to separate the issue of sex from the issue of violence. And they recognize that the morality governing either sex or violence is, it's different. There are many times where violence is the moral answer. When a man faces an evil and has to fight it. Yes, violence, you think violence is a solution to all our problems. No, I think it's a solution to a lot of problems you don't want to address. I think it's the solution to a lot of problems that you're trying to throw money at. Or social engineering. So morality governing sex is an entirely different situation. Yeah, well, the problem is that sex is not a positive thing. Sexual promiscuity is one of the worst evils that has befallen man. Yes, violence is, quote-unquote, one of the bluntest tools in humanity's toolbox. For the purposes it is put to, it is the only suitable tool. When you talk about the moral issues of sexuality, we're talking about issues of chastity, monogamy, fidelity, fraternal, parental duties, the duties of a spouse. Sex comes with it comes with an entirely different, but just as extensive load of moral obligations. And the fact that it's short term seems to come without any cost is what makes it more nefarious. You get into a violent situation it's pretty obvious. You get into a violent situation, you get a broken nose. You don't. It doesn't take you much to figure out. This kind of sucks. But with sex, all the short-term pleasures hide long-term suffering. Yes, Almeida, a spouse has duties to their spouse. To love and cherish his wife, the wife to love, honor, and respect and cherish her husband. All those little oaths. That's not just stage performance. Okay, that's not street theater. That when they walk down the aisle and say all those things. People tend to deal with the issue of sex by spending all their efforts in trying to find ways to escape the consequences of their actions and avoid the responsibilities that arise because of it. But we're getting off track here. The people making these movie ratings have all the moral and ethical discretion of a stunned herring. They're not going to make they're not going to make any headway on the issue until they accept the fact, okay, the issues of sex and violence are not equivalent. Well, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see separate markers, and they're not going to be, and they're still not going to be consistent because they don't want to be consistent. They don't want to make any judgment evaluations at all. They don't want to. It's that simple. They don't want to have to go into detail about what kind of ethical transgressions they've committed in the movie they made. What I find distressing is the same people who produce, it's reached a point where the same people who produce things like Saw, the Saw movie series, and the Human Centipede, and other horrific acts of celluloid abomination. They've started trying to sell violence as a new form of pornography, gore porn. Those people frighten the hell out of me. Let's face it, Hollywood is run. You know, the entertainment industry is run by crazy people. Most of them are closet communists. Their obscene wealth depends entirely on the capitalist system. But every last one of them's a limousine liberal or a closet communist. And they have no competition. They're all in the same bed, all under the same roof, all in the same neighborhood, all in the same house. They, you know, and they've got a deadlock. Indie movies are always struggling. But I have to point out that indie publishing, I think independent movies are going to go the way of independent publishing. The publishing industry has taken a punch right in the gahoogies with the advent of the internet. Digital downloads and digital books have basically made... I've said this, but basically it boils down to this, is that the printed book industry is going the way of the candle making industry. We still have candles, but they're no longer the main source of household lighting. They're a fringe market. I don't know what you're talking about, antitrust in major industries. I'm talking about basic economic realities. Capitalism 101. The book publishing industries became a bottleneck. They became a bottleneck. They basically became an ideological monopoly. You have maybe a dozen publishers who have editors that all live in the same neighborhood in New York City, publishing all the books and magazines and everything else in the United States. And well, basically, with the advent of internet technology and print on demand, their monopoly has shattered, and they refuse to admit it. They refuse to admit that people aren't willing to spend $10 on a paperback novel. And the big companies like Amazon.com are still trying to charge as much as a printed volume for a digital download. They'll learn slowly, painfully. They'll be dragged kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Personally, I'd prefer it if they were doing the screaming and we were doing the kicking. Heck, the Kindle's just an intermediary thing. The Kindle's probably going to go the way of the 8-track. Cell phones. Everybody has a cell phone now, and you can read anything on the internet right off it. So, point being, they're learning, and they're learning painfully. And it's getting cheaper. It's getting cheaper all the time. TV or even big screen quality movies with your home. I mean, go through YouTube. You're on YouTube. What does it tell you? That there are literally millions of people right now who would rather watch YouTube right this very minute than turn on a TV set or go down to the movie theater and watch whatever schlock's on there. There's stuff made by amateurs on YouTube that makes the professionals look weak. And talking about My Little Pony, the fan-made stuff, some of it is just absolutely awesome. Here. Let's see here. What the heck? Okay. Button. Here we go. This was made by a fan, all by himself. If I can get the stupid thing to open.
She said yes. You're the best man.
I got this. Nissan Sentra. Step it up with hands-free text messaging assistant.
You're the man.
Shop ChooseNissan.com and your local Nissan store for exciting offers.
Okay, check this out.
My name is Button Mash. I'm 8 years old, and I like video games. I live in Ponyville with my mom, my dad, and my brother. I don't have a cutie mark yet, but I don't care much about that. And today is the first day of the new school year. Mom, I'm ready for school!
It's Sunday! Go back to bed!
Never mind!
I have something for you.
Huh? What is it?
It's your father's old video game machine. I found it in the attic. Oh, me and him used to play this all the time when we were your age. And I think it still works.
Oh, cool. Can I play on it?
Of course you can, sweetie.
Yay!
Have fun!
Is it broken? Mom? don't get it. Choo-choo! Choo! All right. Milkshake race. 1, 2, 3, go! Ah! 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 Mom, have you seen my Joy Boy?
It's in my room, sweetie. You must take better care of your things when you put them down. I nearly fell over this morning.
Thanks, Mom. Now I just wish I knew where my... Got it!
Sweetie, do you want any ketchup with your...
Hi, Mom.
Take that off. That's your father's.
But it looks so cool!
Button, I said.
I'm not Button anymore, Mom. I am the Stash. Ow! Ow! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Oh, hey, a bit!
Button, sweetie, it's time for school.
Uh-huh. Give me a minute.
Have you been up all night?
No, it's okay. The cat's got it with the salad.
What?
I already put the French toast.
Button! This is getting ridiculous. You stay up all night and you... Button, stop. It's gonna mess with your head.
But Mom, I need to fight the cohorts to save the village of Kumbai if I want any luck in defeating the Alexes of Mongolia.
No, go to school now. Try to den take care flora. I was young once too, you know. Oh, and by the way, try to bleem.
Lift!
How good is this? Well, apparently the guy got a cease and desist order from Hasbro. They hashed it out, though. They're batting it back and forth as to how he can be permitted to keep doing his animations. The staff of the show actually liked it. Apparently, some lawyer in their staff jumped the gun. Still, okay, look, think about it. What normally takes an entire team of animators and writers and producers and all this other crap, one guy and two voice actors, one for Button Mash and one for his mom.
You think you're so great just because your music video came out first? You think you're so good?
If you got something to say, you should just say it to me.
You're stealing my spotlight, man.
Listen, Nylon.
Neon.
Shut up. I was just playing a video game with my friend. So it was, you know?
I'm sorry. It's just, I have this great idea, and you did it first.
Hey, it's okay. I'm sure your video will be a billion times better. I mean, you are Nylon Tights.
Neon lights.
Exactly. You don't even know how amazing you are. But I do.
Thanks, man. And I'm sorry about all this. It's just the drink.
Yeah, me too.
Are you drinking apple juice?
You shut up.
Bill, please. You...
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. All right. What can you say? I mean, eventually it's going to reach a point where it's barring any catastrophes tearing the country apart. But eventually, movie production is going to reach a point where anybody can. It's already there. It's just a matter of quality production. And it's just getting more and more obvious that most of the $1 million price tag on all these well, just about anything, TV shows, books, movies, magazines, it's all grossly inflated. Now, eventually, people are going to be producing stuff at movie quality or better right off of their desktops. The movie industry is top-heavy with socialist ideologues, and when you got a bunch of self-important progressives running anything, that thing turns into a dinosaur so fast. I think that's really what killed a lot of industries that have gone by the wayside. The newspaper industry is a wreck because it's dominated by maybe a half dozen people, all of which are hardcore, big city, penthouse progressives. And the newspapers are failing, dying. The comic strip syndicates, same story. I know this, guys. I looked into. I tried early in my career. I tried to get into this. I sent off stuff to the syndicates over and over and over. They wouldn't even look at it. I had some of them send it back with form letters attached. Rejection letters, form rejection letters. Does that tell you everything you need to know about how much time they gave it? I had some uptight feminist, and I'm being polite here, who got upset because I wrote in my inquiry letter, "Dear Sir or Ma'am." In case you didn't notice, these companies change hands like baseball cards, and I had no way of knowing who the current editor was. And so I went with the only source I had, and I told "Dear Sir or Madam, Editor-in-Chief," and she goes, and I'm screwed. If I hadn't discovered the internet, well, I eventually would, but I wish to God I had more confidence 20 years ago. I wish I had gone online sooner. I wish I had known enough to know how to do it. Most of the resources that artists and animators and writers have on the internet now didn't exist, obviously, when I first came across the internet. And really, you couldn't do back then what you do today, obviously, but if I'd have gotten my toe in the door earlier, I would probably be an institution on the internet by now. There are strips out there that have been running longer than most of us have been alive. Look up Sluggy Freelance sometime. But you had the movie industry top heavy with self-imported, bloated egomaniacs who have glommed onto progressivism because it is, progressivism is fabulous for your ego. You don't have to actually do anything. You just have to and you get anointed as one of the morally superior intellectual elite. The publishing industry, the newspaper industry, the book publishing industry, the magazine industry, the movie industry, the television industry. They have succumbed to the Peter principle. They have become once an institution becomes powerful, it lures the self-anointed progressives like turds draw flies. It is the nature of it is, progressives can't make anything themselves. They can only tear down what other people have or take it for themselves. And then, and ride it into the ground. They're like maggots. They're like termites. You ever seen a termite build a house? No. They'll build a termite mound, but they tear down anything else anybody else builds. That's what people, progressives do. They have no talent. They have no intelligence. They have no skill. They have no creative capacity, so they move themselves into an administrative position. They climb up the ladder, bypass anything involving actual talent or capacity, and make their place, burrow into the flesh of the institution they want to take over, like a maggot. And proceed to sit there and fester. Hate anything that is actually innovative. They're terrified of it. You like J.K. Rowling, biggest success story. I can sit here all night and talk to you about various success stories that were given the boot by hundreds of syndicates and publishers, and before they finally made their mark. Yeah, and I love how people always present that as a story of perseverance. He was rejected by hundreds of publishers before he finally got his novel out, and it became a multi-million-dollar bestseller, and that proves what? And they come with this lesson. They think this lesson is a lesson. That proves that the humble artist needs to keep persevering. And my conclusion is that the arrogant publishers need an ass kicking. When you have something, do you realize that the only reason that Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone ever got published was because an editor at one company was going through the slush pile. He took some of the slush pile home so they could, breeze through it and, throw them on the reject list again. And his niece got a hold of a copy of the manuscript of of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. She read it and came back and demanded to know that there was more. So, by the massive oversight of a children's publisher accidentally allowing a child to actually look at one of the books, J.K. Rowling got her contract, and she had been rejected by dozens of publishers. The book Chicken Soup for the Soul, rejected by publisher after publisher after publisher after publisher, no matter what field they tried to get in. But it was a publishing company going out of business that decided, what the heck, we've got enough for one more publishing in us, and surprise, multi-million-dollar bestseller. This is not, you just need to keep pressing on, little man, is not the lesson I'm getting here. The lesson I'm getting here is that the industry is run by idiots. And the only reason that these idiots stay in their nice little corner offices and their penthouse suites is because they think, the industry thinks that they have a monopoly and that they don't have to do anything but sorta suck. Asses rule the masses. Do you think that even a single one of the publishers out there will learn from J.K. Rowling's story? No, you can't teach them anything. You can teach a retarded schnauzer not to piddle on the carpet, but you can't teach an American publisher to change his methods. I just wonder if there is a single publisher out there, after reading some, gee, maybe we should let some of the children actually review our children's books before we publish them. What a freaking crazy idea that would be. let's talk about Firefly. Joss Whedon, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, he turned a one joke. I mean, I saw the original movie. It was awful. I mean, make you cry kind of bad. And he took that one joke franchise. I mean, the joke of the whole show is in the title, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and turned it into the successful franchise it became. And one deal he made is that he wanted to make his own space western. You know, he wanted to make a sci-fi TV series, and that was part of his contract. And then when Buffy when they finally left Buffy, he went out to start making Firefly. And the executives' reaction when they saw what he was creating was, kill it with a stick. Kill it! Kill it before it spreads! And they did everything in their power to utterly bugger up Joss Whedon's masterpiece. Now, they were the reason that he had Inara, the highly paid courtesan on the show, is because they forced him. Oh, you want to make a space western? Well, you'd better have a hooker in it. And he said, what? And seriously, they forced him. They told him that he had to have a prostitute in it. And so he added a geisha. And he took everything they threw at him, he made it work. And they still managed to kill it. They took his ad campaign and hacked it up until it looked like it was going to be a wacky space comedy. They shuffled it on, they took the show, shuffled it around. They never kept it on a regular schedule, and they put it across from show killers that were on the air at the time. They aired the episodes out of order, deliberately. And then when the ratings were kind of poor, he said, "Oh well, what a shame." I get tired of burying things that I love, you know? I'm kind of glad I didn't heard about that. I'm glad they dug his heels on that. Doggone. Well, just wretched people. They'll never be able to, even if they gave him the ticket to do it now, they could never do it again. All the actors, the actors have aged. He could never just pick up where he left off. He'd have to do some sort of next generation kind of thing. I didn't know about that. That's what I'm saying. So, I don't know who won it or why. Sounds to me like he was trying to call their bluff. He never wanted the space geisha in the first place. That's my point. Of course, you got some people. They hit the big time. They can destroy themselves all by themselves. I mean, take a look at George Lucas. The three biggest movies. I mean, Star Wars, the original trilogy. And after that, it was all downhill. I mean, George Lucas, man, what the heck happened? He goes from Star Wars to CGI gophers. I wish I knew what the heck they were thinking when they... Let's add gophers to this scene. Why? Because. Okay, we'll go rent some gophers. No, computerized gophers. Okay. Well, it is 8 o'clock. I think we're going to call it a night. All right? I'll see you tomorrow, same time, 4 o'clock. Got a little bit more done than last time. So I think I'll just start making it regular. We'll go with 4 p.m. Catch you tomorrow. Y'all take care of yourselves, all right? Bye-bye.